What you popping for, Egan? What's up, guys? Hi, Shade. Hi, IGN. How you guys doing? You'll have to give me a quick minute. I had to get the new DLC for Powerwash, and I forgot that because I have VTube Studio open, it doesn't automatically download it. So I am having to attempt to fix that now because VTube Studio, you know, Steam only likes to have one thing open at a time. It gets a bit funny if you have two things open. Just a little bit funny. Not a lot funny, but a little bit. Anyway, what's going on, everyone? Mr. Egan, I haven't seen you for ages. How you doing? Are you doing good? You've been playing Monster Hunter, I saw you. You've been abusing Arkveld like the rock chucker. Let's see if this is working now. Hell yeah, we got it. It's working. All right, let's go over here, and then we got to open up this to this, and we should be good. Drum roll, brr, ta-da, cha-cha. All right, things work. So, as you guys can probably see in the title, I am testing new settings today. Today is a test stream, kind of for tomorrow and the rest of the week. I want to make sure that everything is kind of working as best as it can work. To see if I can maybe, hopefully, just get something that's going to work for June. So I've thrown down a little bit of alternative settings, I suppose you could call them, to try and see if I can, I don't know, minimize the load, I guess, is the best way to describe what I'm attempting to do. I don't know, it's a thing. You've just been working? Ew, gross. So yeah. Today we cleaning a subway train, apparently. But more importantly, we are just chilling. I'm seeing how the stream goes. You guys are chilling. Yeah. So that's what's going on. Obviously, I am definitely not going to be using a model tomorrow. When I do come to streaming June, just be aware of that. There will be no model. There will be a PNG. That is the best you guys are getting. I will probably even not have my throwables on, but we'll see how we go with that one. I'm not 100% sure with that one. By the way, Tibs, guess what? Guess what? You tell me what, because I don't know. Tell me your secrets, Mr. Egan. Oh, thank you for the resubby. I appreciate.
What? I'm just subscribed for 24 months. 24
months? I know it's actually more than 24 months, because there was that little period there where I was on Kick and I wasn't Twitch monetized. So I know full well that what everybody tells me their subscription level is not actually their subscription level. I know it's a little tiny bit higher. Why does my audio sound so quiet? Goodness me. Audio. Been a day one? You have been a day one. But yeah, what's the evil follow command? I think it's follow age. Exclamation mark follow age, I believe is what it is. So yeah, I know that's not an accurate number, the subscription thing. There you go. IGN's in there for fucking years. This mad lad. 8 years? What the fuck would I have been doing 8 years ago? I was still at the airport 8 years ago. I think. Was I? I definitely have not been streaming for 8 years. Definitely have not been streaming for 8 years, or at least I don't think so. Holy shit. I'm pretty sure I was still at the airport 8 years ago. But I did have, like, this as an original channel. Like, this used to be my personal channel before I commandeered it, so... I may have just sort of streamed stuff back when we were all playing whatever together. Fantasy Monsters or whatever it was called, I don't really remember. All the way back yonder. Back in ye olde days. Yeah, I don't remember when my first streams were. I didn't even start streaming. My original content was YouTube videos. Not that I did a lot of those either, but those were what I started with. But I may have just streamed stuff on Twitch just for the sole purpose of showing people stuff. So streaming is probably a loose term, but yeah. Because I'm pretty sure I left the airport in 2017. I mean, I guess it would be 8 years ago, but I certainly wasn't streaming 8 years ago. I know that. I didn't start streaming until like 2021, 22. Yeah, I don't know, you were just leaving or just left when we met? Yeah, it was 2017, I'm pretty sure, is the year I left. Like, the end of 2017. Because I had got fed up with being treated like shit. So, yeah. I don't know. I say this all the time. I say this to everybody I talk to. I miss the airport, I do. I wouldn't have lasted very long anyway. I would have only lasted another 24 months at most anyway, because all of us there lost our jobs during the Rona, so none of us, I would not have survived. Never stood a chance. So whether I miss it or not is not really an issue. Because it wouldn't have mattered anyway. And even now I'm pondering new ways to make different content instead of just streaming. I've been doing a lot of pondering about new content recently. It will be in video format. It'll all be YouTube stuff. I haven't really figured out quite how I want to go about it yet, which is kind of sad because the funny thing is that I had all this written down at some point in time, but I cannot for the life of me find it. Like, I spent like a whole fucking several hours one day writing down just brainstorming stuff. And do you think I can fucking find that notepad I wrote all that down in? Not a fucking chance. Yeah, I don't know when or why IGN's been following me for so long. The only thing I can think of is that maybe when I was giving advice for a previous game, I used to stream it for people on Twitch. Because we never, originally, like IGN and I, our group where we met was never originally a Discord group. We were in line groups. So there was no fucking, no app screen sharing there. And I know that a lot of people used to ask me for advice on stuff, so it's very, very highly probable that I used to stream stuff just on my Twitch arbitrarily, you know? Just to show people what was what. Back when I was slightly more competitive with my games. Definitely not competitive with anything now. I can't even think of playing a game competitively anymore. I just don't have the soul for it. Like, I get competitive if we play, if I were to get a group of people together and play, like, party game, like, what is it? There's like a pummel party is what it's called. There's a plan for a group of us to get together and play pummel party, for example. Like, I'll probably be slightly competitive in that. But, you know, playing actual proper competitive games these days is just like, whoa, that's a big ask for me. I don't have a competitive bone in my body. Like, Con and I play a lot of, Pokemon. The Pokemon Pocket Trading card game. And Con is, like, mega, mega competitive in that. And I'm just like, eh. If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. You know, I don't really care. Yeah, I played competitive Call of Duty and Battlefield when I was a teenager. I'm not keen on it anymore, you know? I've done my time. I was a little fucking sweaty gamer kid. I was the World of Warcraft server leading fucking raider. It's, you know, it's not, I can't do it anymore. I'm too fucking old. I miss the old days. I would love to have them all back again, but I'm just, you know, it's not fun anymore. I don't want to invest that much time and energy in a game, you know? Hey, Clockwork, how you doing? Don't get me wrong, like, if I enjoy a game, I'll play it quite fervently. It's just, don't want to be competitive about it. It's like in June, the new June game that's coming up, there's, you know, an emphasis on PvP, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm not really interested in that. You don't have to play PvP, which is good, but there's an emphasis placed on it, and I'm not interested in that, you know? Where's the fox that screams to the side of my shoulder? The fox is at work today. She probably wouldn't be with me today. Anyway, but yeah. Oh, actually, no, she might have been with me. If she was around, I might have tried Monster Hunter today. Maybe, I don't know. Just to see how Monster Hunter held up with these settings that I'm running, just because it would have been a little bit more stress, but I actually do honestly prefer to run a lower quality game. A less resource intensive game to test stuff. But, you know, stress testing is fun too, I guess. Don't typically like to stress test on a fucking stream, but here we are. But yeah, no, ConCon's at work. If you are interested in seeing ConCon, should be streaming tonight, and I will probably be tonight as well. Maybe. I'm not sure. I haven't really 100% committed to it. Because I have to be up early in the morning. Problem with testing via recording is it just doesn't seem to have the same issue. It doesn't. I've recorded stuff flawlessly. The problem is that my recording setup is different to my streaming setup. Like, it's all changed now because I'm trying a whole bunch of new stuff, right? But when I stream, typically, this is before I did today. Let's pretend that I haven't changed anything for today. I would stream on X264. I've been sort of toying between whether or not it's done on the CPU or the GPU. 6,000 kilobytes per second. Because Twitch doesn't like it if it goes over that value. Twitch screams, and YouTube screams if it goes below that value. So I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. I try to stream at 60 frames a second. But that has a little bit of wiggle room. And yeah, but when I record on my GPU, I record on HVAC codec, so 265. I record at 25,000 kilobytes per second, so 3 times as fast as I do when I stream. That's it. Those are the only real changes. It's still 60 frames a second, so it's just the setup that I have for recording is so entirely different from what I am forced to use for streaming that it just doesn't even compare. And I'm forced to do that because of Twitch. I don't have a choice. Twitch demands that I stream at this, so. Whereas with YouTube, YouTube's just like, feed me fucking the best content you can and I will be happy. And I'm just like, okay, here you go, YouTube. It's a thing. I don't stream at that. I mean, I can't stream at that anyway because Twitch doesn't support it. I could stream on YouTube, but obviously I can't. I won't because I can't stream at 2 different sources. Even when Twitch does change, if it changes, because they haven't changed it yet, so let's keep that on the if cards. I won't go to 1440. I will still stream at this. Just because it'll probably keep the resources lowish. If anything, I'll upscale, but yeah, I don't. That was the other thing that I was thinking about trying for June, if it gives me issues, is streaming at 720 and upscaling. That was the other thing that I was taking into consideration. I can do that. It'll probably be a bit weird, but I could do it. But that would depend on how much it would fuck up in the process as to whether or not I went that route. If it didn't do anything, like if it was just an easy switch, I would do it, but I don't think it's going to be an easy switch. Because a lot of my stream overlays and a lot of everything else, this is how it's set up. It's set up for this resolution. So if I were to change that resolution, the whole thing would go to, like, go to hell. So I don't think it's going to be just an easy little switcheroo. So I can stream up from this. So like I could stream up to 1440 and just upscale. That wouldn't be an issue. But I can't change my native down without it causing problems. Laura, why? But yeah, so that's a little bit. I always end up talking little bits of insight on my streaming. I enjoy to talk about it, honestly. I think it's nice to actually give you guys a little bit of an idea about what goes on behind the scenes. It would probably take a lot of stress off my machine too if I could do my model on a phone. That would probably help a lot too, but I can't do that. Because Samsung kind of, ow, little guy, wait. If I had an Apple phone, I probably could. A lot of people just say just go out and get like a cheapo Apple phone, and I'm just like, man, no. Why not? Because think about my brain cell. He struggles enough, man. I could probably get a cheap second-hand one from someone, maybe. Thank you for the hydrator, Jen. I'd say I could get a cheap second-hand one. I wouldn't buy a brand new one, that's for sure. But yeah, I don't really just want to get a whole new phone just for the sake of streaming. I'm just running a solo wash today, Dragon, because I'm testing to see if things work or not. This is more of a testing stream than anything. I'm just playing a comfy game so I can chat while I run a test. Speaking of phones, mine's turning 8 years old this December. My phone is 3 years old now, and I don't actually plan on replacing it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Usually, I wasn't gonna replace my last phone, but it kind of started breaking and stuff, and the battery exploded. Okie dokie, good luck with the new Muckfalls, brother. Thank you so much. Thanks for dropping in, by the way, Dragon Rabies. been dead for a long time. Oh no. It's probably for the best that I did opt to replace my last phone too. The battery kind of swelled in it and everything, so it's a good thing I wasn't relying on that phone going the distance. I used to be happy to replace my phone every 2 years. So I used to go on phone contracts for 2 years. But this most recent phone that I have, which I think is an S22, I think. The contract for that was 3 years. And it was not an insubstantial value. And I'm just like, man, this phones are getting too much. You're doing too much, phone companies. So I sort of sat there and said to myself, you know what, if this phone is fine after like the contract's expired, I'm just gonna keep it. I'm not gonna replace it. And it has been fine, so I'm not gonna replace it. Phones are just too much at the moment, honestly. I'm sorry, Samsung. It's a phone that you've been making for the last, I don't know, 20 years? 20 years. Well, it'd have to be 20 years, because I mean, if it's an S22, it'd have to be 22 years of fucking phone, wouldn't it? Because I don't think they've skipped a generation, have they? You know, it's the same product you've been putting out for 22 fucking years. Or even more now. I think they're up to S24s now, so. $20 years just seems like a long time for a smartphone, though. Alright, well let's say they've been putting out phones for the last 14 years. Smartphones. You know, you can't tell me that this Samsung in my hand, right? This S22 that's in my hands is any more fanciful realistically than the fucking Galaxy that I spent $800 for fucking 10 years ago. I mean, yes, the technology is newer and more advanced, but I mean, that's just growth. That's just normal, you know? It's still the same product at the end of the day. It's just that it just does a little more because it can do a little more now. You know, it's not exactly a revolutionary product. So why the fuck is this thing $1,600, you know? Should make an Aussie phone. Should go into business with Nokia and make an Aussie phone. I agree. Made by Australians for Australians. and Nokia. New Samsung top-end phones is the high resolution, high refresh screens, I think. Aren't they the same resolution as they've always been? Like 4K or whatever they are. Which I don't know why we need a 4K screen on a phone, but... Far be it from me to tell Samsung how to do their job. I just don't see the value in it. Yeah, see, I mean, what... I mean, okay, so for one, what do you need that for on a phone? That's my first question. Like, why did somebody at Samsung genuinely sit there and go, ah, yeah, we need that resolution on a fucking 3-inch screen, 4-inch screen? IGN has the correct answer already. Straight up, IGN has the correct answer. There is no better answer than that. Because people will buy them. That is why. Because everybody needs a phone. And if everybody just says, hey, this is the new standard, who's gonna complain? Everybody can complain, but what's the point? It's kind of like, it's kind of like, it's kind of like in, it's kind of like in America, how when you get like a police fine or something, I don't know if it's always just fines or something, but they make you sign it, and if you don't sign it, it's an additional fine. Like, and then they tell you, well, you don't have to sign it. Well, no, I do have to sign it, because if I don't sign it, I get another fine. You know, it's that kind of mentality. It's like, well, you don't have to buy a phone. You can go without a phone, but... you know. Yeah, it's the illusion of free choice. You're given two bad options and told that you have a choice, basically. It's one of those things, because yeah, like everybody can sit there and go, well, you know, there's other phones on the market. You can still buy some El Cheapo thing from China, and everybody is just, you know, you can still get away with it, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things. Because the other thing is, like, and then sort of Samsung, I think, and Apple, mate. Oh no, Apple only produces one phone. I think Samsung's the only one who produces like multiple tier of phone. Well, Samsung and a bunch of other Android operators, but the main point is we're going to stick to Samsung and Apple so we don't deviate from this conversation too much. I don't think Apple produces like a lower tier of phone. I think they've just got like their iPhone, and then the iPhone comes in like 20 different sizes. I don't think Apple produce a lesser phone, do they? They do? Okay. Because the big issue that I've noticed, the big issue with this whole thing is you buy either this, you buy a Galaxy, or you buy one of the other ones. Like there's the Galaxy S, and then there's the Galaxy A series, I believe. And the problem is that if you buy the A series, literally it knocks you out of being able to use half of the apps on the App Store. Just inherently, because they're just not designed to run on those phones. So again, it comes down to the thing of free choice, like the illusion of free choice. You know, you could buy a cheaper phone, you could buy this cheaper Galaxy A whatever, or you could buy the more expensive thing and, you know, lose out on half of everything. And even then it's a maybe. Like you're never given a concrete answer. You kind of just got to fuck around and find out on your own. And good luck to you at the end of the day. Yeah, it's fucking garbage. I don't like it. I think it's disingenuous. Yeah, I did notice that actually. I noticed that a long time ago though, because I used to listen to the radio on one of my phones. I can't remember which model it was. It was a Galaxy, but... or Galaxy S, sorry. But, because I've only ever owned Galaxy S's, I've never owned an A. My family members have owned A's, but I've never owned one. So that's how I know about the App Store thing. Yeah, so I used to listen to the radio for quite a lot of stuff. And yeah, I noticed when I upgraded my phone, there was no radio, and I'm just like, oh, okay, I guess this is my life now. What's the other thing that I noticed on this phone in particular? Ah, there's no 3.5mm jack. So once upon a time, I used to be able to just load up my phone with fucking music and just listen to what I wanted to. Now I can't do that because there's no 3.5mm jack. And, you know, I only have older cars. Like, my newest car is a 2009 car, right? And it's an old muscle car. I'm not getting rid of it, right? It's not a car you give up willingly. It's a car you part with in tears, right? It's like, it is the last of the, like, the muscle cars. that were produced before everything went fucking fully electronic and shitty. And, yeah, so I don't have, you know, I got no... Well, I do have... It does have Bluetooth, but it has very limited Bluetooth. Like, it doesn't have music Bluetooth, it just has phone call Bluetooth. Which is kind of funny, because it's a fucking muscle car, and when it's connected to the Bluetooth, you can't hear anything anyway, because the car... over the car. First world problems right there. But yeah, that was the one big thing I did notice. Very early on. Because I was just gonna one day just... Because I haven't been able to... I have all my music, right? I'm not a Spotify person. I don't like Spotify. I don't believe in Spotify. If you actually enjoy music, you should not believe in Spotify either. Spotify will probably be the death of music, but that's a story for another day. So, you know, I have all physical, well, not physical, well, I do still have physical music, but for the most part, I have all my music in files. Like, it's all on a hard drive or on discs, or once upon a time when iPods used to be a thing, it was on an iPod, but my iPod died in the ass, so... It is no longer on an iPod. So yeah, I had to actually go well and truly out of... I used to just shove it on, like I used to buy a big storage, a big SD card for my phone and just shove it all on that. Can't do that anymore because the phone doesn't fucking connect it. The phone doesn't come with a 3.5mm jack, which is the only thing that my car will connect to because it's got auxiliary jacks. It doesn't have that sort of Bluetooth, so yeah. That was very quickly one of the things I recognized, so I ended up... I have an old... I bought this old fucking nuggety little... It's not old, it's actually new, but it's still nuggety. This nuggety little MP3 player. It's horrible. I hate it, but it does the job. It's not bad for 50 bucks, let's look at it that way. Mine just gave up, thankfully. It didn't melt or anything, it just... I had it for like... I don't know, I had it for a long time. It just gave up. The test of time was not kind to it, but I'll be real with you, I got my money's worth out of that thing. It got used hard. I miss iPods. Getting this new little MP3 player was definitely one of those moments where I really miss the iPod. This little thing's over-engineered. It's got this really finicky touch screen. It's not even a touch... Well, no, it is a touch screen, sorry. I was going to say it's thermal, but I discovered today it's not thermal. It's actually a pressure touch screen. And, yeah, it's... I don't know. I don't want to say it's over-engineered. It's just... It has a lot of pointless shit on it. It's supposed to be one of those little things. Like, you can put movies and shit on it. It's just... I just want a music player, man. That's all I want. Something I can put my tens of thousands of music songs on and not gonna whinge. I think it has an expandable SD card slot, so that's cool. supports up to like 250 gigabytes, I think, which is cool. I mean, it's gonna be a long time before I ever have that much music to put on anything. Yes, I'm halfway there, but I mean, halfway there over as long as I've been collecting music for, yeah, it's still gonna be a long fucking time. And let's be real, my music collection will continue to grow right up until they stop letting me buy music. Which I thought iTunes was going to stop doing, but they don't appear to have stopped. I can still access an iTunes store and everything, so I thought they were going to stop like fucking 2 or 3 years ago now. I guess enough people said they don't want it. Ah, it's one of those deals, is it? I was under the impression that they were gonna just yoink the whole store. Which wouldn't have surprised me at all. Because I think iTunes has, or Apple has their own streaming service as well, so I just figured they were going to force everybody to use their streaming service. It shouldn't. It's horrific for artists. I did a breakdown for somebody the other week about it. I don't remember who it was. I was talking to somebody about it, and I'm like, man, you realize that whenever you listen to some song on like Spotify or something, like if you are a Spotify Plus person or whatever it is, I don't know, whatever their premium paid service is, the one where you don't get ads every 2 minutes. You realize that an artist only gets like fucking 15 cents per song you listen to? And that's an optimistic 15 cents? Well, see, I say an artist, so like if you're talking like, let's say you listen to rock groups, what's an average rock group? 4 to 6 guys? That's 15 cents divided amongst those 4 to 6 guys. I think this is all clean. Wait, I saw that. What was that? Something in here isn't clean. I don't know what it is. I saw it for a split second and then I lost it. I don't know if this was it, but this isn't clean, so... Yeah, so, I mean, I like to talk to... because I'm a big music person, so I don't love talking about it because it's actually a shitty thing, but... I feel like more people should be made aware of just how little they give people money for Spotify. Like, yeah, Spotify's convenient. Yeah, Spotify, you can listen to whatever you want, whenever you want. But you really gotta know how little money the artists that you like. Like, let's say you really, really like a band And you've been fucking supporting them since their very first album, you know, you're a big supporter, Quotey Fingers. Like, you need to understand that if your whole fan base is listening to that group through Spotify, odds are they're not going to be around long. I'm sorry, but your favorite band is probably not going to be around very long. And it's got nothing to do with how good or bad or anything else they are. They probably just won't be able to afford to be around for that long. And that ad revenue that you get for not paying for Spotify Premium, that ad revenue just goes to Spotify. It doesn't go to your artist. That ad revenue just goes straight to supporting Spotify services. I don't buy physical CDs because honestly, it's really, really hard for me to get CDs these days. I don't even know where there's a CD shop anymore around me. So I admit that that is definitely not something I do. But I always do buy music through iTunes and stuff like that. If I had a more direct source of purchasing music, I would. Like if a band, I don't know, they had like you buy it from their website and you get a digital download. I would absolutely buy that. Ow. I would absolutely buy that way. Not gonna lie to anybody. That is absolutely what I would do. I also just heard my Discord go off. I forgot Discord is not being muted when it should be anymore. I will fix that in a minute. Thank you for the hydrate. But I can only imagine how much it would cost for any musicians who sell direct like that. I can only imagine how much it would cost them to sort of sustain a system like that. But yeah, if it was an option to do something like that, I would do it. 100%. I would buy direct from an artist. Discord. Okay. Into the dirty. I mean, it's one of those things, though, when you think about it. I mean, if you can support, you probably should support your artists. I mean, if you can't, then I guess Spotify is better than nothing. Spotify is better than the third alternative, but... yeah, I encourage anybody, if you enjoy an artist, you should try to buy their music. because otherwise, eventually, you may not have a favorite artist anymore because they might not be around. Because they can't afford to be. Food for thought. Everything seems good. Well, I mean, that's a good start. This game doesn't really put anything under stress, though, so, I mean... It's not a real test, I guess. It's as good a test as I can get on short... Like, no, that's not even true. I shouldn't say it's as good a test as I can get on short notice. I could fucking have tested anything. It's a reliable test, I guess. Also, I honestly just enjoy doing this. Something chill, and... I honestly just enjoy doing chill game and chatting. I really do. It's a good thing. It feeds me. I like being able to yarn. To yap, as the Zoomers call it. I would like to do more yapping streams, honestly.
Azuma the Crimson just followed.
Welcome in, Azuma the Crimson. How you doing? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you were doing well today. Hey, Kane, how you doing? I am doing good. I'm doing tests today, so I'm having a lazy day just to make sure that everything runs at least moderately stable before June comes out tomorrow. Because I'm testing new stream settings, so... I wanted to do something that was safe. Something that was safe, something that wasn't going to cause me any issues, even if there were issues. Sounds fun. I enjoy this. I was just saying when you came in, I actually really... Thank you for the headpats. There's a flower for me? Thank you. Hope you got one for yourself too. I was just saying when you came in though, I actually really enjoy just having a chill stream where I can sit and just yap and chat. It feeds me. I enjoy it. I don't get to do it very often because I don't usually play games where I can just yap, so. They're from your garden? I wish I was fancy enough to grow my own flowers and shit. I just cannot keep plants alive. I don't know what the hell it is. I just cannot keep plants alive. I wish I could. The only thing I kept alive was my herb garden, and the fucking birds ate it. So, I still guess that doesn't count as keeping them alive. So much fun and soothing? Hell yeah. Powerwash is mega soothing days, though. I tend to have a lot of people when I'm doing Powerwash just come in and go to sleep, apparently. I don't know why, because I don't really believe I'm that much of a soothing person, but I'm gonna be real with you, the numbers don't lie. People just come in and go to sleep. Kind of streams are considered ASMR? Yeah, that's true. I can see that. Calm talking? Yeah, I did. I don't know. I mentioned this. I don't know when I was mentioning this. I was talking about this a little while ago. How I never exactly expected to come in as a comfy streamer, but somewhere along the lines, that's just what I managed to adopt. It's really weird. It also depends on who I'm streaming with, too. If I'm streaming with someone that's got mega energy, then I'm only gonna follow that energy down the toilet, but... It's not about how your voice sounds, it's about the fact you're calm and chill so everyone else feels like they can be the same way. Yeah. I don't know. I'm happy. If people are coming in and finding it comfy and cozy and chill, then, I mean, I'm happy. Can't complain about that. It's a good thing you be a heckin' adorable bean. Thank you. Definitely not in adorable bean mode today, though. I'm in normal bean mode today. Because I'm also trying out something in VTube Studio to see if it works a little bit better or worse today, too. There's so much testing going on today. Everything's a test today. I don't know why I'm testing stuff on my model. Testing stuff on my model, and I'm not even planning on using my model in the next couple of streams, so... Yeah. Definitely not using my model when I play June. That is getting PNG'd. It was wild, though. I think it's just crazy because people do just drop in and just watch this and chill out. Like, I think my peak the last time I streamed this. So you guys on Twitch obviously won't see it, but I simulcast on both Twitch and YouTube. And I think my last Powerwash Sim stream, there was like 126 people just lurking. Just lurking quietly. I'm just like, oh, okay. Nobody said anything. Just lurking quietly. I assume they were people and not bots. You never know. Just, okay. Everyone's happy, I'm happy. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is always nice when people come in and have a chat, but... It is always nice to have a yarn to people, but... Like I said, if everybody's had... That's the idea of streaming, in my opinion, is just as long as everybody's happy. Or at least, sorry, as long as the majority is happy. Expect a lot of YouTube viewers toss it up on a TV app, so that's the... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the YouTube TV app, so... Not for live streams, anyway. I've obviously watched stuff on YouTube, on TV, but... I've never watched a live stream, so I'm not familiar with that side of it. I mean, maybe I should. Maybe I should throw up a stream one day, just so I actually know what it looks like to be on the watching side of it. So I can at least familiarize myself with it. You may be right, though. I'm not sure. Alright, how we looking? But yeah, I would really like to do more comfy, cozy chatting streams. It would be nice. It's like a future goal, I guess, to be able to do, I don't know, at least one chatting stream a week. But, yeah. Sadly, I must poof as it is late. However, it was lovely meeting you, bud. Hope you have an amazing rest of the stream. And be sure to take self-care tons, bud. I will. Thank you so much. Thank you for dropping in. Appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. And I hope you look after yourself. Have a good sleep. Yeah. You know what I do need to do? I need to change that lurk message. I need to set it up so it gives like one of a couple of random different responses. I feel like having a couple of different random responses would be neat. It's not hard to do, I just haven't ever done it. It's always just been a thought process. That, and I've always been trying to minimize how many bots I run in the background. Which is the hard part, because some of them only run on one platform at a time, and it just makes it really hard when I simulcast. If they could all just work on all platforms at the same time, that'd be amazing. Like, I have Nightbot running in Twitch, and I have Botrix running in YouTube. It's annoying. I just wish I could use one bot. That would be good. I could probably get away with it a bit more now, because I am using another third-party program in the background, which I think might be able to be set up to work similarly to how the two bots do. But yeah, I've always wanted to minimize the amount of bots that run in the background, because a lot of the times they overlap and it makes life a little bit complicated. And I know sometimes when I stream with like bigger streamers and they have like a very proactive bot in their chat, Nightbot is a little bit weird about it, because it's like, stop spamming with the joint chat. I'm just like, Nightbot, calm down, please. I don't remember who it was, but I remember my Nightbot accidentally banned another streamer because they had their responses set up through like a third-party application. And so, kind of like what, because I think if you do the 8-ball command, does that spit, what does that spit it out as? Does that spit it out as like a command that comes through from me? I think it does. Yeah. So see, that comes through the third-party application I use. That comes through Mix It Up. And a lot of people use applets now, like Mix It Up, and there's another one. Pono uses a different one to what I use. But the big thing is, Someone had, I think Kaz, I don't think it was Kaz, but I know Kaz does. Kaz has his bot set up through either Mix It Up or this other one. So all his commands get sent via himself. And my Nightbot triggered on somebody's doing that and banned another streamer in my chat. That I was collabing with at the time. It was fucking horrible. So yeah. The more I can minimize bot interactivity, the better. But I have to make sure that I don't lose anything in the process. That's the big one. So Seribot will always stay, just because Seribot adds more than I can ever get through a third party. Especially if I do ever grow to a point where I do have a lot of people in here. I think having Seribot around just helps, because it just minimizes anything that might get lost in chat. And it'll just allow me to be a little less restrictive with what sort of chat restrictions I do have in place. Because I would like to keep it as free and unrestrained as possible. I know that's going to be a little hard, but you know, I know what I would like to be able to get away with having and what I wouldn't like to be able to get away with having, and yeah, I don't feel like removing Seribot is going to accomplish anything positive. You know, even if I have a fucking whole army of mods, I just feel like there's going to be a point where Seribot is just going to be so beneficial, because shit might get lost. Well, not might, will probably get lost. Not that I ever expect to actually be so big that my chat is just constantly burring, but, you know. Chat burring is like YouTube levels of chat, and Seribot doesn't even plug into YouTube, so... Almost a clean train, hell yeah. However, if I continue the slow and steady growth, I'm gonna have to start considering that ASMR that I told Sophie I would do. Ugh. Scary. That's very scary. I know she'll remember. I know all too well that she will remember. I don't have a list yet, which is a bit strange. But yeah, I don't know what I'll do. It was just said to be an ASMR. So I probably might not need to do anything too crazy, but it's gonna have to be like, I don't know, it's gonna have to be like a minimum of 20 minutes. I didn't say I would do an ASMR stream, it was an ASMR video. So, I can either do like one of those ASMR roleplay videos, which are easy because I can just find one of them on like Reddit or something. Well, worst case scenario, I just approach Kaz and ask Kaz for some help as like ideas and stuff. I thought I cleaned all that carriage. I thought I was pretty adamant I cleaned all that carriage. Wait, I saw something. What was that? In a wall. Because Kaz does a lot of ASMR, and I have a lot of faith in Kaz as a pretty decent ASMR artist. I've listened to Kaz quite a lot, and he's a good ASMR artist. I don't mind him. So, he's not for everyone. He does get a little bit excited sometimes, but for the most part, he's pretty good. So yeah, I suppose I could ask Kaz for help. Just do some very basic like tapping and stuff. I can record it in the middle of the night because I've got 2 families on either side of me now. So through the day, there's usually a little bit of a lot of noise. What did I just click on? Ceiling vents. Definitely did a poor job of that one. Add a vestibule door frame. I don't know. A part of me is a little excited to do it, I'll be honest. But at the same time, I'm also equally terrified, so... I'm mega nervous. But, I don't know. Unless something happens, it's still a fair way off, so I don't really need to, like, worry too much just yet, but, I don't know. It's forever in the back of my mind. Weird. They said roof vents. a bit about do recording is you can record and have Soph and Kaz and a couple others here first before. I don't think I'd ever give it to Sophie first, just because it's her idea. But yeah, I would probably hand it over to Kaz and ask Kaz what he thinks. I don't really know that many ASM artists, honestly. Kaz is the only one I know. I mean, I will run it by her as to what she wants, or would like, sorry. Because I'm going to be very non-committal about going into this. If she wants something crazy, then I'm not doing that. But... I said I would do ASMR. I didn't say what I would do. But I mean, Con does like sound editing and stuff like that, so I would probably run it past Con as well. Because while I can sound edit, I'm not really good at it. Like, I'm far from an expert. I can do it. Whereas Con actually knows what she's doing. Which is more than I can say for myself. My experience is like, hee hee, squiggly, bar, go brr. Let's give this a once over on the outside, just to make sure I haven't missed anything. Not that I expect that I have, but, you know. But yeah, so that's what I'll do for those. It's definitely going to be a very non-committal thing. Inner windows. Plug sockets. Yes, let's power wash the fucking electrical ports. I don't know. It's gonna be a time. I think I'll have fun with it once it's past. Like, once it's behind me, I'll have fun with it, but... the lead up to it is gonna be, like, mortifying. Like, once I enter the 900s followers, I'm just gonna start panicking. Big panic. I only get an inside view? That's sad. Continue. Yeah. And even after that, I don't know if I will ever do... Hey, Legio. I don't think I'll ever do any ASMR after that either. I don't know, maybe I'll do another one for like a subathon or something. Maybe, depending on how well it's received. Because it's either going to do... It's going to go one or two ways. It's going to go either reasonably well, or it's just going to go reasonably excruciatingly horribly. Yeah, ASMR. I made an agreement with a friend that when I got to 1,000 subscribers or followers, depending on which channel it's on, I would do an ASMR video. So don't get too excited, because I'm still a long way off on both channels, buddy. Still a long way off on both channels. I don't know yet. I'm not even close to it, so yeah, it's not something that I've even started putting in concrete yet. It is a long way. Eventually you reach there? Maybe. Hopefully. Maybe hopefully. We will see. I suspect it'll probably... I don't know. I've been saying this for a long time, and while I don't think it doesn't look like it at the moment, I've always said that I'm pretty sure my YouTube channel will get there first. I get that it doesn't look like it at the moment, but I have a suspicion it will. Mostly because I am actually planning stuff for YouTube, whereas on Twitch I just sort of do my thing on Twitch. I mean, there's only so much you can do on Twitch, really, isn't there? It's not like YouTube where you can, you know, upload something and then something just sort of blows up. The only way you really blow up on Twitch is if, like, somebody clips something of you on Twitch and then everybody bum rushes to Twitch, whereas on YouTube, there's just so much more that can go in your favor. It only takes one video VOD to catch the attention on YouTube. Twitch VODs people don't see unless they're already... Yeah, Twitch VODs, people don't actually watch Twitch VODs. Like, the whole mindset of people on Twitch versus YouTube is so different. Like, my VODs on YouTube usually dwarf the people who rewatch my streams on Twitch. Like, people who rewatch streams on Twitch usually only do it for either A, content, or B, they're, you know, they're genuinely fucking interested in watching what happened. Whereas on YouTube, people kind of just sort of, I guess people just sort of drop in and see what's what. Like, it's just a video that's just there, existing. You know, whereas on Twitch, you kind of have to go looking for somebody's VODs. So, I mean, yeah, I would... Given that I do plan on actually starting to upload actual videos on YouTube once I actually sort my shit out, which is still a ways off, I'm afraid to say, because I can't get what I want right. It'll be like just game-related videos. It won't be anything fancy. Like, it's not going to be ASMR. Be like game reviews and just talking about games and what's going on and stuff. Like, I've had a lot to say. Just as an example, I've had a lot to say about the Switch 2 recently. So, it'll be that sort of content. And it won't even be, I'm going to be entirely real with you guys, it won't even be the current YouTube channel I've got. I will probably be making another YouTube channel. So yeah, that's future plans. Near future, yes, but I do need to get my sort of head straight as to where I want to be and exactly what I want to be uploading, as opposed to just sort of uploading rudimentary, or arbitrarily, I should say. I actually want to go in with a plan and actually do it properly. I don't just want to be doing shit. You also plan to upload? I think it's a good way to go, honestly. It's just, I had this great plan. Like I said, I had it all written down. I had it brainstormed and I lost where I wrote it down. So my whole plan just kind of fell in a heap and I just haven't been able to resort myself out. Like I don't know, I just had one day of beautiful clarity where I wrote down all my thoughts, all of how I wanted to do this, you know, everything. I had it all sorted out and brainstormed, and now I lost it all, and now I just, I don't know, I have to start at square one again. And square one's not a good place to be at when you're trying to make plans. I get we all have to start at square one, but you know, when you have to go back to square one, I guess, that's when it's not great. So I don't know. Hopefully, like, I know what sort of a notepad I wrote it in, I can't find the notepad. So, I don't know, maybe it'll show up somewhere along the lines, who knows. It is my hope that it will show up somewhere. But, more importantly, I now have an actual, like, full diary, like a hardback diary that I write shit down in now, so... It's a bit harder to lose a full hardback diary than it is just a notepad, because I'll be real with you guys, I have, like, literally a dozen notepads lying around the place. I live out of notepads. Yeah, a dozen. I don't know, it's just easier for me to work out of notepads. Anytime I have a little thought or anytime I need to remember something, I just jot it down on a notepad. And I tend to sort of pick notepads up and sort of carry them with me around. So, you know, they're never always in one spot. Like, I never have one notepad that just kind of sits on my desk, for example. So I just sort of pick it up, and then the next time I need to jot something down, I grab another notepad. And because the little tiny ones, the little palm notepads, they come in like packets of 6. It's just, you know. I have I don't know. I have like 3 or 4 A3 ones floating around, and then I think they're A3. A3 are the smaller ones, right? A3 is smaller than A4? Or is it the other way around? Is A5 smaller? I can never remember. I always get them back to front. A3 is bigger? Okay, so it's A5. I have a whole bunch of A5 ones just kicking around, and then... 3 or 4 A5 ones kicking around, and then I have like a fucking shitload of those little like the palm notebooks that police and everyone have. It's wild. But it's just what I'm used to. You know, I used to work... Where I used to work, I used to live and breathe out of fucking notebooks, so... Out of notepads. You know, you were always writing shit down in notepads, so... It's just what I'm used to. Exactly, Legio, exactly. Because, you know, you'd have to write down something really important, and then 5 minutes later you'd be doing the same, but for a completely different job, so... Relying on your memory was never an option. And then between, you know, whatever you had to write down that was important and you actually doing the report or whatever it is that you had to do with that information, you'd speak to like 200 other people. So you've got no chance of remembering. And that was just how I learned to operate, I guess. It just became second nature to just always have a notepad on you. Not that I don't think people should have notepads on them anyway. I mean... This may be because I always tend to find myself in car crashes, because I've had like 5 car accidents in my lifetime. Yeah, I've had 5 car crashes in my lifetime. None of them were my fault. I want to point that out. None of them were my fault. I tend to have bad luck with people around me, I guess. But like, it's always been my firm belief that you should always have like a pen and a notepad in your car, just for in case you do get in a car accident. You've got to take down, you know, number plates, license details, that sort of thing. I always thought that was a good habit to have. A habit born of necessity, yeah, but a habit nonetheless. It's also important these days because, I mean, yeah, these days people have dash cams, they have mobile phones. Like, you gotta remember that I was working and driving long before that stuff was commonplace, Legio, so. That, and you probably also shouldn't rely on technology. Technology is not something you should rely on. It's good to have, yeah, but it's not something you should ever rely on. Phones go flat. Dash cams can malfunction. Tibs is well aged like good cheese. I don't know if I would describe me as good cheese. I age like milk, buddy. Stop drinking so well-aged whiskey seems not as fitting. That is true. I think it's 10 years this year. It's either 9 or 10 years this year. I lost track around year 7. So I don't know. It's either 9 or 10 years this year. I really don't remember. I think it's 9. I'm pretty sure it's 9. I would need to ask my doctor. My doctor keeps track on all that thing. All that shit. My doctor knows when it was. Am I in my 30s? That's the secret. No one knows. That's not true. People do know. I just say people don't know. Teehee. But it is a secret to everyone. God, that sound delay is so slow. Why are you doing this to me, little guy? Huh? Huh? Why? Maybe for a 2.0 model, I'll get like a grey beard and stuff. I'll become an aged burb. Thought I was 24 or something. A lot of people think I'm in my 20s. A lot of people think I'm in my early 20s, which surprises me. I would never have pegged me for an early 20s. I would have pegged me for a late 20s. But yeah, early 20s always takes me a bit aback. Even mid 20s takes me aback. Grandpa? I mean, everybody calls me that. I own it these days, I don't care. I'm alright with it. I act like a grumpy grandpa, so I may as well just own it. If I knew exactly how magpies look when they're aged, like when they're old, I probably would consider that as like input for my 2.0 model whenever I get a 2.0 model. But I don't actually know if magpies gray like dogs and cats do. I don't know if their feathers do anything. I think when a bird ages, its feathers just sort of lose their luster. I don't actually think they change visually, really. But no, I mean, I have also considered just having like a little bit of whiskerage going on for a 2.0. Just a little bit of a whiskery beard or something, I don't know. There's a lot of thoughts that I've had for what I would do if I were to get a 2.0 model. It's not, I talk about it a lot. It's not coming anytime soon, so like, don't get too excited, but. For me to consider a 2.0 model, I would need to be earning enough to get a model in a month. And I am not coming close to that, so. Or I would need to do like subathon or something whereby, you know, all the funds would go straight into a model. But I think that would, where I'm at the moment, I think doing something like that would do more harm than good to me. just because of circumstances that I can't go into. So yeah, I would need like an actual solid income from streaming to be able to do a 2.0. Until then, the biggest 2.0 you guys will see is going to be that the little gremlin model that I use from time to time, because I can just get cheap little changes done on that model. It's quick, it's easy, it's simple. The person who does them is fantastic, so yeah, that's the biggest 2.0 you guys will see. Do I have a ladder anyway? Yes. I just like to brainstorm the 2.0, you know? It's a fun thought. I don't know if all VTubers kind of envision their 2.0. I imagine most of the big VTubers don't. Imagine most of the big VTubers are just constantly happy with where they're at. But I don't know. This is my first model. This is my only real model. So I don't know. It's fun for me to think about, you know? But I also don't really kid myself that I probably won't get to the point where I see a 2.0. If I do, I do. It'll be great. And I will maybe probably cry, but I can't see it happening. Give it the big spray. I don't know what that black shit is on there. It's not coming off, whatever it is. Fucking oil or something. The other thing was that I wanted to find like a new artist. I was probably gonna work. See, I think if I ever get a 2.0, it's gonna be a lot more expensive for me. Because I wasn't planning on really working. This is going to be the most jarred and jaded thing that I will probably ever say in my life, so bear that one in mind. I don't think I will work through a single artist. Thank you for the hydrate. You might need... No, I still have some water left. So I will probably get Nyako to like design and everything, like do all the design work for outfits and model design and everything else, and then I will actually get another like VTuber artist to make it. Hey Winter, how you doing? Because, well, I love Nyako's art and her art style and everything else. I don't like this style. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that I would like a different style for my VTuber model, if that makes sense. So I would still probably get Nyako to do like all the official art and stuff, but and the character design and all the rest of it. I just get somebody else to actually use a different art style for the model. Which is really weird, and I know that sounds really weird, but whether or not I actually go through with that when the time, if the time comes, I don't know, but that's my current thought process, because like I said, I love Nyako's art, but the model I would like a little bit differently done, and I'm not sure if she can actually do the style that I would like, so it's gonna be one of those things where, do I want to work with like one artist and just have that one artist do my whole thing, or do I want to continue to work with Nyako, who I have no real issues with, minus that she just doesn't do the style I want. It's that sort of thing, because I'm not super talented like Winter over there, who does her own stuff. I'm not that talented. It is a dilemma, though. A dilemma that I don't know how I will resolve if and when the time comes. Because I tell you what, honestly, I would love for Nyako to keep doing all of the official art. I would honestly, this is fair income, I would love for to be able to actually get Nyako to put out, like, art every month or two. And just be able to hand that off to subscribers every other month. Like, that'd be awesome. And I say that purely because I absolutely adore Nyako's art. There's no... Yes, I do want to give stuff back to the people who subscribe to me. I would love to be able to give more stuff back to the people who subscribe to me, but yeah, Nyako's art is gorgeous, and I would just love to give Nyako's art out to people who support me as well, as just a little bit of extra thank you, you know? Even get Ryrie to do me some chibis, some little squish chibis, because Ryrie does really beautiful squish chibis as well. Ryrie looks after me as well. Ryrie does all my squishy chibi art. Although I do have a Ryrie doing some new art for me soon. Ryrie will be doing some new, slightly different styled art than I would usually ask for from him. So we'll see how that comes out. I'm a little excited to see how that comes out. Because that is going to be art that is going to be being put towards my YouTube stuff, the YouTube thoughts that are coming up, processes. Move this ladder. Clean all these plaques. It's still gonna be chibi stuff, but it's gonna be a different style. I'm always nervous asking people to do different styles for me than what they usually do. But I'm sure he will do fine. He always does. Although I'll tell you what, Ryrie gives me a heart attack. I love the guy to death, but he gives me heart attacks. Because he does this, when he layers his art, he does it in a different way than I've seen most people who do art. So, like, I ask him to do art, and then he sends me this thing. He sends me this really bare bones picture, which I'm like, okay, no worries. Like, he sends me an initial draft. I'm just like, okay, cool, no worries. Initial draft. And, you know, it's bare bones. It's bare as shit. And then he sends me, like, this unshaded, uncolored, very, very bland original version, and he's just like, this is the next part. I'm like, yeah, that, you know, that looks good, or no, I need this changed, whatever, it doesn't matter. And then he's like, after this, I'm going to be doing your whole thing. And I'll tell you what, never in my entire existence have I ever gotten a, like, second to last draft of this thing that looks anything like his finished product. And it always scares the shit out of me, because I'm like, I always get to this point where I'm like, do I let him go? Because he's never let me down before. He's always come up with exactly what I've asked him for. Or am I gonna be like, Ryrie, I asked for all this stuff, but there's none of it in this version. What's going on? He always comes up with the goods, but I tell you what, his process scares the shit out of me, because I'm like, because I don't really want to be that person who just sort of rides him about shit. You know, I like to let him just do his job, but every time he sends me a draft, like that second to last phase before he actually starts finalizing, or does finalize everything, it never looks anything like the end product. Like, the end product is always what I've asked him for, always. He has never failed to deliver, and I very rarely do I ever need him to ask, like, fix. I've never needed him to fix anything, ever. I've had to get him to change stuff, like, you know, maybe a pose isn't quite how I want it, or maybe I need an arm changed to be in a different direction or something. Like, little shit like that, like insignificant shit. Purely insignificant shit. I've never had to actually say, like, stop him and go, look, I need this whole thing is wrong, I need this changed. But yeah, his process has me on edge. But I love him to death. He's bloody good at what he does. And I have had a great pleasure in working with him, let me tell you, because he's fantastic to work with. Even if he does scare me. I'm so glad I have a ladder there that is not helping me at all. Why does a moon rock taste better than an earth rock? Because it's a little meatier. Alright, let's move this over here so it's out of the way. And I'm pretty sure even if I were to have an artist that does stuff for me every other month or something, like for my subscribers, followers, whatever, members, pick your platform, I'm pretty sure I would still have Ryrie do it. If it's possible, I plan to have Ryrie doing stuff for me for as long as I'm a streamer, honestly. If it's a possibility, I will definitely be always going back to that guy. Because bless him, he's looked after me. He always provides on time. The bloke was cracking jokes at himself when he broke his fucking arm. So yeah. I think that's clean. Wait, what was that? I saw that. What was that? This. Alright, cool. My only regret, I guess, is that I can never, like, have Ryrie doing as much work as I would like to have done. I always feel really bad about that. I know there's nothing I can do about it, it's just the way it be, but, you know. When somebody's so good to you, you kind of feel like, I don't know, it's kind of like, I don't know. You feel like they deserve your custom. It's kind of like when you find a good mechanic, I guess. You won't take your car anywhere else unless you absolutely have to. Probably could have done Star Citizen even tonight. Just to see if it works. But then again, I don't know what the servers are like, so... Star Citizen would have put this thing under a bit of test. Although I suppose not as many people would just drop in and just listen. Just sit there and chill out listening to the music. Relax. Even though salvaging is relaxing as fuck, I'm gonna be honest. Salvaging is so relaxing. Although I have heard recently that they are planning on releasing with 5-star systems. I'm not really amused by that. I'm gonna be entirely honest with you. Five systems is a bit weak. All I know is that game's trying too hard at the moment. That's all I know. That game is trying way too hard. And it's going nowhere. I mean, I could have said that a long time ago, but it's very clear it's fallen into the pit now. At least before, when I was saying that it was moderately salvageable. But yeah, now it's just in its own hole. Fallen in and they can't get it out. More and more of the players from, you know, the early development days, like the early 2010s, like the OG backers, more and more OG backers are just getting pissed off with it. Not that I can blame people, honestly. I mean, what? They've been nerfing ships to bring out a new, better ship? They've done that several times now and been called out for it. It's just, it's not right, man. They're doing it, Nintendo. They're being very disingenuous, and I don't like it. As an OG backer, I think it's fucking rotten. Mind you, as an OG backer, I never fucking bought the Squadron 42 either, so... The whole existence of Squadron 42 for me is kind of like, well... no? And now they're trying to save their fucking wretched flight model by introducing these flight blades, which they thought they could spend, like, get people to spend money on, and then everybody rebelled against it. Everybody saw that for what it was, and I'm glad. It sort of revitalizes at least a little bit of the faith I have in the Star Citizen community to actually get upset when they should be getting upset. They don't do it very well, but, you know, apparently that was one of the few times that they did do it well, so... Well, like I said, I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain I'm not. When I signed up for Star Citizen, like when I kickstarted that, Squadron 42 wasn't a thing. Like, it wasn't even on the cards. There was no single player. It was, you knew what you were signing up for. You were signing up for an MMO. And while I'm pretty sure that a lot of people didn't care, you know, a lot of people like, ooh, free single player game, I'll take that, you know. I, for one, sat there the whole time like, I didn't ask for this. This isn't what I asked for. You know, you're diverting 50%, if not more, of the money to make a single player game that, you know, at least I didn't fucking sign up for. So it's one of those, I mean, I still think that they're doing too much. Like, I don't mind if, I wouldn't care if half of the shit that they've got trying to produce right now was put on the back burner and released after release, like the game was developed in its full. But they just keep adding more and more and more, and it's like, there's so much of the stuff in the game at the moment that just never needed to be in the game. And I was having this conversation with people in the server the other day. It's like, and one of them actually said, like, they've been fully transparent from the start, like what sort of game they were making. I'm like, yes, they have. That is true. And I'm not ever going to deny that. I knew what sort of a game it was going to be. I knew it was going to be a simulation game. I knew I would have to load all my own boxes. You know, I knew exactly all that. But there's a lot of stuff I didn't think I was signing up for. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's in the game at the moment or is in development that was not on the bit of paper I signed up to. And that's the stuff that bothers me. The stuff that, especially when I can't see a cause or a reason for ever introducing it in the first place. Like, I'm gonna go, like, really, really stupid and petty right now, right? Because this is the one, like, one of these stupid little petty things that I can be stupid with. Like, sliding. Character sliding, right? So, you know, when you run, and you can just sort of slide along the ground. Shh. There's no point for that. Don't tell me there's a point to put that in the game. It's an MMO, so that's going to be janky to start with. Like, in no MMO has a slide function worked as intended. Like, it always causes errors, like latency errors. It always has. So putting a slide mechanic into an MMO is ridiculous. Like, I mean, it used to cause issues in Call of Duty. On a small scale server. Imagine what it's going to do on a large scale server, you know? Like, that's what I mean by there's certain things in the game that are just unnecessary. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I understand that yes, I would need to load all my own boxes. I knew that. It's not that sort of stuff that I'm upset about. Like, yes, some people are upset about it. I get that. That's fine. Whatever. You didn't read the fine print. But there's just other stuff like master modes. Master modes was tested in a closed environment. Like, it was never tested on the server. It was only ever tested in Arena Commander, where nobody would have had to change the modes anyway. So they would have been no need for navigation mode in master modes. It would have only just been combat mode. Like, what? Sorry, what's the purpose of testing it in a closed environment? And everybody's like, ah, yes, this is very good. Well, of course they're going to think it's very good. They've only used half of the system. And then somewhere along the lines, that Muppet sound designer Yogi P is all like... Yogi P? Whoops. I'm thinking of Yoshi P. Yogi is like, hey Oni, how you doing, buddy? That Muppet sound designer is all like, ah, well, we're gonna add ways for you to improve your ship back up to the standard speed that they used to be. Or you could just fix the system. If you're just gonna do that, just fix the system. What game are we talking about? Star Citizen at the moment. But if you want to have a yarn about any game you like, Oni, you can. If you want to talk about the upcoming Slanesh and Norska update to Warhammer 3, you can do that if you want. If you want to talk about Horde mode in Space Marine 2, you can do that. Or Siege mode, it's actually called Siege mode. Same shit, same concept, different name. I haven't seen any of the new Slanesh Lords yet. I just know that the Slanesh update's coming. The only thing I've looked into a little bit was the Norska update. That's the only thing I've seen on Warhammer 3. At the moment. That is true. I'm more impressed that they're letting us summon dreadnoughts in it. That's the part that actually got me. That's the part I was actually impressed about, is that one of the support redeems in the mode is dreadnoughts. Credit where credit's due, Saber knows what the public wants. But yeah, like the engineering things at the moment, like they've split quantum drives into two different sections now. They've split it into like the quantum drive itself and then a jump drive. Why? Sorry, what was the purpose of that? And the worst part about it is, if you yank your quantum drive out, the jump drive just goes into the void. Like, it just vanishes at the moment. It doesn't go into your inventory, it goes into the void. Like, just make a ship have a quantum drive or a jump drive, and have the jump drive just do the job of the quantum drive. Like, you don't need to split those two into two different systems. Or if you do, you don't make them different system, like two sections of the same system. You know, you make them two completely separate systems. I would be more excited about the Slanesh update only, but honestly, I don't play Slanesh. I can't do the armies. They're too much micromanagement. The Slanesh armies are just too much for me. I have a friend who lives for the micromanagement. He's so good with cavalry armies. The man's a fucking lunatic. You're dying? I saw you playing today. I didn't catch who you were playing. I never catch who you're playing, because I can never tell who's who. Sometimes I think I know who's playing who, but I never actually do. I'm gonna be honest with you, I never fucking know who's playing who. Nah, dude, I never know who's playing who in your games. At least I don't think I ever do. Maybe sometimes I do, but... yeah, no, I can't play Slanesh. I've tried, because I've been trying to get the achievements for all of the Chaos factions, but I gave up. I can't do it with Slanesh. It's too hard. I can't even get a good start with Nikari. I mean, maybe I suppose I could try with... No, I can't try with Azazel because he's technically Chaos. Legions of Chaos. When was the last time I played? When was the last time I played Nikari, or when was the last time I played Warhammer? Nikari, I think I was trying to crack that maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now. I tried so hard to get that Nikari win, I did. I couldn't fucking do it. I just get swamped by the elves. The elves fucking kick the shit out of me. I'm fine for like the first 15 turns, and then every fucking elf on that island is just like, no, fuck you in particular. And the early game Slanesh forces just don't have the staying power. They're all fucking pathetic. They're alright once they get to late game, but yeah, the early game Slanesh units are horrible. It's not even their range, it's just that they don't have any... Well, they don't have any staying power. Like, I typically when I just play for myself, when I'm just, you know, doing my own thing, I'll play either Warriors of Chaos or I will play Khorne. And Khorne Infantry just sits there all day. Khorne Infantry doesn't give a fuck. But yeah, the Slanesh infantry just... Until you get to... At the bare minimum Chaos Warriors, you struggle. And usually, every time I've gotten to that point of the game, you know, then it's just on. Everybody's kicking the shit out of me. It's like that fucking JoJo meme. I think it's JoJo. It was kind of the same with basemen, actually. One of the basemen, I can't remember what his name is. Karak One Eye. Karazak? I can't remember what his name is exactly. I started off with him trying to have a crack too, and fucking everybody in the whole area, man. Fucking Carl France chasing me around the map for literally 20 turns, this motherfucker. And I couldn't stop and attack anything because if I stopped to attack anything, his army would catch me. Fucking Carl Franz. So yeah, I'm just not too used to how weak the Slaanesh forces are. That's what does it to me. Tzeentch is pretty hard. Tzeentch is a rough start too, actually. But I got through that, finally. I managed to somehow flunk my way through until I got it. Don't ask me how. Do I not have scaffolding? It doesn't look like I have scaffolding, does it? But I mean, at least with when you're playing Kairos, Kairos has big spells. A well-placed spell with Kairos can knock out half an army. Alright, how are we doing for the gnome? Gnome looks clean. I'm looking forward to that siege mode though, I'm gonna be honest. Just because I remember what World War Z's Horde mode was like, and it was so easy with the prestige levels. Which they've added to Space Marine 2, by the way. So there's prestige levels now. They're a lot more restricted than they were in World War Z. Well, actually, I think they offer more than they did in World War Z, but... like, there's only a point in doing, like, prestige level 6 or something. After that, it's just, you know, a line on the toilet wall. But, the Horde mode will make that so easy, I think. Because you can just go in there and just do Horde mode and you don't have to worry about anything. You just go in there and kill shit and just, you know, it's minimum effort for maximum gain, really. Because in a mission, you've got to pay attention. Whereas in Horde mode, you just like, you just sit there and you're just like, yep, this is my life now. Usually given an objective to to defend, and that's your life. You defend that target. Horde mode on Space Marine 2 is what I'm looking forward to, Oni. Yeah, it'd be all the same stuff as you get from playing regular multiplayer, Shade. Judging by the looks of it. Judging by the brief bits of it that I've seen and looked at, it just... Oh yeah, you can drop in Dreadnoughts and bring in other Space Marine, like AI Space Marines and stuff. Yeah, it's all the same sort of stuff as was in World War Z. World War Z was the same, you know, you buy traps and turrets and shit like that. They've just actually made it cool, which is, you know, extra points. Extra cool points. Still can't believe they're letting you drop in a fucking Dreadnought. That is wild. I hope they don't gimp the Dreadnought. I hope they actually make it a full fucking Dreadnought like it was portrayed in the single player campaign. Just an absolute fucking unit. That will make my whole life, I'm telling you. I'm looking forward to it though, honestly. I will be playing the shit out of that when it comes out. Just because I've always loved it in World War Z when they added the prestige ranks, because, you know, you do a mission and you don't get a lot of, at least in World War Z, you didn't kind of get, at least what I felt the time was worth. Like, you didn't really get your investment out of it. Whereas in Horde mode, especially if you had a particularly solid run, you got rewarded really well. So, I mean, it's kind of that trade-off, you know? Are you going to do really well or not? Which kind of dictates whether or not it was worth it at the end of the day, I guess. But, you know, if you get a particularly solid squad and you do like you sit there for a long fucking time, it can be so much more worth it. Time to effort goes through the roof. Slash flying dragons for funsies. Pretty much. And he just tears through regular units. Like, I'm really hoping that the dreadnoughts that you can summon are only really able to be put down by either just overwhelming odds, or like terminus level enemies. That would make me a happy bean. Fist for the Orc. We're never going to see orcs in that game. I don't even think we're going to see Necron in that game. Despite people wishing for it. I don't even think they said they had plans to put in a third faction. Nothing I've heard, anyway. I know they're working on, like, a DLC. But that's supposed to be primarily story, so... And I think it's still supposed to encompass Tyranids. They've also been pretty transparent about saying don't expect Space Marine 3 anytime soon. They've been very transparent about that. But I suppose really you would want to know ahead of time if you're gonna have Space Marine 3 coming, so you kind of know whether or not you should wrap up the story with DLC for Space Marine 2, or if you have Space Marine 3, which you can, you know, continue the story. Like, do we need to wrap up this chapter of Titus, or do we need to wrap up Titus's story? You know, it's that sort of thing. It's a lot easier to know where you're at and what you've got to do if you're just wrapping up this particular chapter of Titus, you know? Okay, we are getting there. I would like to see some Necron in this, but I don't know. I would honestly like to see some Eldari, but I don't think we're going to see Eldari. Not in an Ultramarine story. Not in an Ultramarine story. Not with Gilliman's new girlfriend, anyway. We might say Dark Eldari, maybe. Drukhari. Also unlikely, but I don't know. It seems fun to me to think like that. Because that's all there is nowadays, IGN. Everything's about the Tyranid invasion now. They needed to take the heat off Abaddon for a little while. They needed to make sure that Abaddon had a little bit more standing. They needed to make everybody look away from him for a little while after he cracked Cadia. Make his accomplishment look bigger than it is. I do think they did a good job, though, honestly, in Space Marine 2. I think they did a good job of including the Imperial Guard. I'm glad that they didn't just disregard the existence of the Guard. That makes me happy. I think it makes every Warhammer fan happy because, like, the Guard just doesn't get any recognition, really. Like, every fucking every Astartes game just tends to ignore the fact that the Guard are basically everywhere. They're just like, no, big angry Space Marine, go stomp, stomp. It's like, well, yes, but no. It's where this 40k live action's gonna fall apart, I promise you. I'm pretty sure the 40k live action is going ahead now. Because, you know, Amazon needs the fucking Space Marines, the Astartes there to make the show look big, and everybody's just like, dude, you could have just made it an Imperial Guard. You literally could have made an Imperial Guard series and just have like cameos from Space Marines and everybody would have fucking loved it. Everyone. But no, you wanted Space Marines. People are more interested in just seeing, you know, the everyday fucking people. The Imperial Guard don't get enough fucking love, man. Or even the Mechanicus. Like, how good would it have been to just see, like, an Imperial Guard point of view of what happens when the Mechanicus come in? Like, all the Skitari and everything. Who use rad weapons. You know, you could have used that devastating grim dark effect, but no, we want Space Marines. Like, come on, dude. Are you even gonna do those Space Marines justice, or are you just gonna peg them as like fucking, I don't know, fancy poster children? We all already know the answer, I get that, but the question needs to be asked. And like Shade said, like the Baneblade Super Heavies, like there's so much cool shit the Imperial Guard has that you could show off. Just full big shockador shit that everybody would just love. But no. Space Marine. Need Space Marines. Hey K-pop, how you doing? Like, even if it was against Tyranids, like, can you imagine just seeing an Imperial Guard, whole Imperial Guard line, just against a Tyranid, like, just an oncoming Tyranid wave? With all that super heavy stuff, the artillery... You know, you could actually have, like, pure actual terror of just seeing, you know, like, Hierophants and stuff just charging towards the line. Not that Hierophants really charge. But you get my point. Overheating, you woke up excessively sweating? That's not good. Make sure you get yourself a cool drink. Cavill must have got his wishes then, because Cavill was the one who wanted to do Imperial Guard. Because he was the one who thought that people would want Imperial Guard over Space Marines. Thought I cleaned all that. I did power wash the cute ghost drawing. It had to go, I'm sorry. I would love to see like a full series just on an Imperial Guard section. Like not even around their commissar, literally just Imperial grunts. Like obviously the commissar would play a part, but I just want the commissar to just be like a character that's there, not a character that's focused on. Like we all know the commissar's there, we all know the commissar holds the bolter to the back of the head when they go in. But I don't know, you have a present? What's your present? Yeah. Like, I get that he's gonna have to be an omnipresent character, but I don't want him to be like a main character. I want him to be like just a side character that's always there.
Pavor 97 just cheered 50 bits. Awoo. I love you to infinity and beyond. Lots of love, hugs, and puppy kisses from adorable baby Clifford, dog emoji, red heart emoji, also, happy Pride Month, rainbow emoji.
Indeed, happy Pride Month. Thank you so much for the 50 biddies. I appreciate it so much. And I hope that you can cool down sometime soon. Hopefully, yeah, just get some cold water into you. Cold drink. That'll slowly cool your core temperature down and hopefully it'll have you feeling a lot better. Hopefully. Yeah. The partial reveal deal as Cavill is acting in it is also... I knew he was supposed to be the executive producer. But yeah, I thought Amazon was trying to push for... In particular, I thought Amazon... Well, not thought. I know Amazon was pushing for female Astartes. I mean, can you blame him? Yeah, I don't know. I still don't have a lot of faith in it, if I'm being honest. I'm still really worried about it. I have this sneaking suspicion it's going to be horrible. And nothing against Henry Cavill, like, I know the guy will try his best. But... I just have this sneaking suspicion that Amazon's just going to be on his case the whole time. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the female custodies thing. That was a really weird thing. I don't know what happened there. It was kind of like, I don't know, two different people in Games Workshop were pulling in two different directions. I have no idea what the go was there. They could have done it. Oh, look, I'm going to be honest with you. They could have done it. They could have got female custodies. They just went about it the wrong way. Like, I've been over this a lot. I've mulled over this. I trawled over this. Because, like, I'm, you know, you guys know, I'm big 40k. Yeah, I don't know everything. Nobody does. But, like, I invested a lot of my time in trying to learn about this particular aspect. And there is nothing that ever states that, as far as I can tell, that a custodes couldn't be female. You thought I was the mummy? I'm back to being a big boy today, K-pop. The big issue was that Games Workshop went in there and they were like, there have always been female custodes. And I think that's where they went wrong. Because, yeah, they could have easily just gone, okay, so, yeah. The original 1,000? 10,000. The original 10,000 were all male, okay? Yeah, sweet as, no worries. But, you know, in that time, you know, some females have been done. Like, a rare female. Like, you could have made... And the fact that it's just one. Like, the fact that only one female custody showed up. That's the other big issue, is that it was just one that showed up. So it's just like... I wouldn't have had an issue with it. Like, I wouldn't have thought twice about it had they just said, thank you for the headpats, by the way. And they, you know, just said, you know, okay, there is a female custodes, or there are some female custodes, you know. Very carefully picked words that would indicate that there are some female custodes. I wouldn't have cared. I wouldn't have thought about it. It wouldn't have crossed my mind as an issue. The fact that they went in there with a sledgehammer and said, no, there have always been female custodes. No, they haven't. They haven't. And the problem with doing that approach and saying there have always been female custodes is you're going to have 1,000,001 people sit there who have every single codex, everything from God knows when, and it's all going to come out that you're wrong, right? It's a bad way to go about it. I still probably wouldn't have been impressed had they brought in female custodes, but like it would have been less insulting, I guess. It would have been an easier pill to swallow. But at the same time, it's very worth noting that there are and have been rumors that Games Workshop only did it. We're talking about Warhammer 40,000 K-pop. There are rumors that state pretty clearly, actually, that the only reason they did it was to show Amazon how bad it would be. And the Custodes was the easiest way they could figure it out. Without, like, with minimum damage. Because obviously you couldn't do it to a Space Marine chapter, because that would just be catastrophic. So they took the path of least resistance with a group who haven't had a model update in decades. That hardly anybody plays. And just went, look at what happens when we do this for Amazon to see. Don't know anything about Warhammer. Warhammer is... I don't know, Warhammer, I would say we talk about Warhammer quite a bit here, usually. Warhammer is a big subject here. I think they just changed the wording, Shade. I don't think they actually did anything like dramatic. I think they just changed the wording to be more open-ended. But I am not sure, and like, I'm not gonna go hunting for an online version of the codex. I heard that about it, like that particular thing, but I don't believe they ever actually mentioned a gender. I think they just made it sort of open-ended. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was what happened. I don't know. All I know is that it went away probably about as quickly as it started. It's just a shame that that animated thing will forever exist now. But I suppose it's only one simple bit of media, but unfortunately it's one simple bit of media that everybody's going to latch onto forever and a day now. I don't know. It's a thing. It's a thing that shouldn't have happened, but I don't know. If it happened for the reason that it's alleged it happened, then maybe it's a good thing that it did happen, just to sort of make a point. The 40k Custodes incident, Legio. Adeptus Custodes. Wake. All right, I think that's all nice and clean. Looks nice and clean to me, except for this bit. All right. Get rid of this shit. Wait to continue this conversation until after the ads. Yeah, no, I know that, Shade. I know that for a fact. It states that the first 10,000 are all men. That is definitely not at all up for debate. That is definitely a fact. There's a lot of female factions and prominent females in Warhammer 40k. It's just, yeah, Amazon never wanted to fucking do it. Amazon were weird. Let's not forget. Well, it's kind of, it was like a really bizarre turn of events, because they're like, they said that they wanted a strong female, presence, but they didn't want to use the Sisters of Battle because they were too fucking religious. I'm like, hang on, the whole Imperium is religious. They all worship the one bloke in the chair. $40K is religion to the extreme. It's just, it was a bizarre thing. It was just one of those things that you're just like, hey, you didn't read the whole thing, did you? What am I doing? Small platform trims. This is gonna be near impossible to fucking see because everything is fucking light. I'll bite. Where is that dirty? Gonna have to give it the squiggle. Sweet. Only 2 maps for that? Gross. All right, let's do one more. But yeah, it's really weird. I don't understand what Amazon clearly didn't read their homework when they went in to try and get a 40K thing. I don't get it, because they want to be so stringent about like what they want to do with this 40K thing. And it's ridiculous because why don't you just put out a decent 40K thing? You just conform to the laws of the 40K universe, right? And then when you put out a good 40K thing, you just go sick with the fucking fantasy one that you do afterwards. In Warhammer Fantasy, you can make females anyone you want. You can have a female lead in Warhammer Fantasy and nobody will think twice about it. Like, you just don't have the same sort of lore restrictions in fantasy as you do in 40K. You know, hell, make a fucking 40K, make a Warhammer Fantasy story about Valkyr if you want a strong female lead. Said no one. Like Warhammer Fantasy, you have so much free reign with, because by comparison to 40K, there's no lore restrictions or anything. Really. You can make a complete female leading cast and nobody would think twice about it. Well, as long as they're Norska. Sure, sorry. I don't know, man. People be weird. I am looking forward, honestly, though. When Space Marine 2's Horde mode comes out, I'm going to be playing that shit. Don't care how much I'm enjoying June. Warhammer fucking 40k is making a comeback. What am I getting stuck on? Table. It's just one of those things. Like, I don't understand it. I get that you want to do all this stuff. I understand it, sort of. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I understand that that's what you want to do. But why try and do it in a universe where it's not relevant? You know if you do a good 40k job, you get free reign to do more or less what you want with fantasy. I'm sure Cavill will have a hand in that as well, but to make sure things don't go too awry. But the lore in 40k fantasy, in Warhammer Fantasy is so much looser. You can just do what you want with Warhammer Fantasy. Especially if it's Age of Sigmar. You can go absolutely wild with Age of Sigmar, because Age of Sigmar is a mess. That was easier than expected. I mean, maybe. I don't really know. I'm just trying to bridge the gap of why you'd push back on 40k so hard when you know that if you do a good job on a 40k series, you've got fantasy at your fingertips, where you could do what you want to do, more or less. Like, yeah, you'd still need to abide by overall story lore and stuff, but, you've got so much free reign in Warhammer Fantasy. So much. That's what I don't understand. Like, the story is there. Like, it has lore, but it's so loose. And like I said, especially if it's Age of Sigmar, you can pretty much do whatever the fuck you want with Age of Sigmar. My big issue, though, I guess, with anybody doing a fantasy setting, is that the fantasy world, by comparison to 40k, is fucked. Like, I know a lot of people sit there and they call Warhammer 40k, like, the grim, dark future. But fantasy's stories, fantasy's world is just a fucked world. And there's no shot that you're making a film or a TV series that's going to be done particularly well in the Warhammer Fantasy universe. Like, that's going to be okay for everybody. Like, Warhammer Fantasy... Warhammer 40k, you can get away with, like, blood and gore and that sort of stuff. Like, Warhammer Fantasy, though, is bad. Like, we're talking R ratings, no matter where you go. And that for a TV series just doesn't go well. Like, you can't really make a TV series on an R rating. Game of Thrones was only rated R, though, because it was sex. That's literally all it was. Like, every scene, naked woman. It was basically a porno. That's all I was. Rick and Morty isn't rated R, is it? You play Warhammer Fantasy, Oni. You should know at least a little about what the universe is like. For anybody, for a Warhammer Fantasy story, for a Warhammer Fantasy TV series, you would not be able to touch Slaanesh. You would not be able to touch Norsca. You would not be able to touch the Dark Elves. What else is there? You would not be able to... You might be able to touch the Beastmen. You could probably get away with that. Probably. Sometimes I want to give Tibs a stick of butter. A stick of butter? Why? Can't say I've ever heard anybody say they want to give me a stick of butter. Can't believe it's not butter. What map am I on? What is this? Mucky M Files Part 5? I don't know, it's some sort of restaurant of some sort. I didn't actually look at what it's called, I'm gonna be honest with you. I just said I was gonna do one more map. I think it's Mucky M Files Part 5. Have I played Half Sword? I have not. May as well finish off these menu boards.
Freezecat 133 just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Freezecat. Appreciate it. Welcome in. And I mean, yeah, a web series would be fine, Oni, I saw that a minute ago. But you gotta remember that we're talking Amazon, so this is gonna be on like, I don't know, what is it, Amazon TV? I don't actually know what Amazon does. What does Amazon do? Can somebody explain that to me so I know what the fuck's going on with Amazon? Because I don't actually know what Amazon does. Amazon Prime? It's Amazon Prime Video. So it's got to be okay for that, Oni. Like that's the bar. That's the standard we're at. I find it, I don't know, man. It's just, for Warhammer Fantasy, yes, I get it. They have a lot more freedom to do with what they want in that world, but just, I don't know why anybody would read even a fraction of Warhammer Fantasy lore and go, yeah, let's make a TV series on this. The kids will love it. Like, I'm sorry, what? Bro clearly did not read the homework before he submitted the assignment. That's all I'm saying. And I can't think of how it would really be interesting if you just completely avoided Norska. I mean, unless you went to the other side of the world and you kind of did like the lizards, I guess, if that's where you focused your story. The lizards are pretty normal. I guess. They're just over there living their best life. I guess they're the most normal race of the lot of them. I love Powerwash. Finished the game a week ago. It's nice to see somebody playing it. It's good. I love it. It lets me just sit here and yap with people. I don't usually play games that let me yap, so it is amazing when I can just sit here and yap about stuff. I do like to have a good yap. Especially about Warhammer. Get me started on Warhammer and that's it. Day's over. Everybody strap in. Fasten your seatbelts, because we yapping forever. Somebody asked me about this is the weirdest thing. Did I get the what? I did that last time I played, Oni. Fucking Thunderhawk took me 3 hours, I think. I wanted to kill somebody by the time that Thunderhawk was done. Employee of the month, Rihanna. Understandable. Have a good day. I didn't think anything was going to be worse than that Imperial Knight, but nope, the Thunderhawk proved me wrong. Not to be outdone. Suppose it could have been worse. They could have given me a fucking Warhound. I'm pretty sure the Thunderhawk was easily half the stream. I'm really starting to crave to play Space Marine 2 right now, by the way. I just want you all to know that. What's my favorite map? Oh. There was one that I felt was really, really fulfilling, but I can't remember what it was. There was one that I just really enjoyed doing. Like, for no other reason. No reason at all. It just, I don't know. I just really got into the vibe, but I can't remember which one it was. I think it was like a toilet, actually, or something. Lawn mowing simulator? Look at this guy. I'm gonna do farming simulator next week for you, Legio. Just for you. And you're gonna help me. You're gonna watch the crops grow with me. We're gonna sit there and watch corn grow together. It might have been, I don't know what it's called, but I don't know. It was just nice, huge, long hallways that you could just clean in straight lines. I loved it. I still haven't played Darktide for a hot minute. They're adding a new class in Darktide. The subway platform was pretty satisfying to do too, yeah. But I don't know, it was just something about that one in particular. It was just really, really chill. I thought I was gonna like the aquarium. I did drop into the aquarium map, which I think is the DLC map. But it was literally like an empty aquarium. It didn't actually have fish in it, so... I didn't clean it, like I haven't done it, but... I saw enough to know that it was gonna be disappointing. Which made me a little sad. Now you're lucky, Legio. I got plans for games for a while. I'm probably going to be playing June for a while, so hopefully it'll work on stream. That's kind of what this stream is. This is a test stream to see if all my all my settings run okay. And hopefully it will run fine. Hopefully. And yeah, I'll be doing June until the end of the month, probably. Where I will be going back to Space Marine 2 to do some Siege mode. I probably will only do that for like a week or something on stream, and then I'll, depending on how I'm enjoying June, I might go back to it. If I've got something else that comes out, I'll swap over to that. I don't want to sort of lock into June, like play it non-stop for fucking ages, but I will, if I can play it on stream for a while, I will play it on stream for a while, just because I have kind of been really curious and interested in that game, and I do like June, so. We'll see we'll see how it goes. It might be a really bare bones Unreal 5 game. And if it is a really bare bones Unreal 5 game, hopefully it'll be fine. I am not paying... This is the exact same thing with Doom, Shade. I am not paying $110 for a game. Not for a base game. I will pay $110 if it comes with DLC, but I am not paying $110 for a base game. You are dreaming. Dreaming. You can start watching my streams. I already like your stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's 110 bucks. Also, Doom has gone up another $10, so Doom Dark Ages will not be getting streamed until that comes down in price. Doom Dark Ages is 120 for the base game. Just for the base game, yep, $120. Stellar Blade is 110 for the base game. I'm not paying that much money for a game, ever. Australian only. Now, I've seen enough people play Stellar Blade to say that I would part with $90 for that game. But I am not paying over $100 for any fucking solo game. For any base game, I'm not paying over $100. No game is worth that much money. What games do I usually play on stream? Recently I haven't really been doing anything usually on stream. I've kind of had a bit of a lull in games that I've been able to play, because a few games that I've wanted to play on stream haven't been working well, so I haven't been able to stream them, unfortunately, which has been a bit demoralizing. In the coming weeks, I plan to be playing Dune Awakening, which is an MMO. When Arknight's Enfield comes out, I will be playing that, so that's kind of like a mobile game, kind of like Genshin. Space Marine 2, which I've said I will be playing once the Horde mode comes out. Mecha Break when it comes out. Hell yeah. Everybody's hanging for Mecha Break. I do play horror games, but I struggle to find good horror games. The last time I played a horror game, it was the most disappointing game I've ever played. But yeah, I do enjoy horror games. I just don't like jump scare horror games, because I think jump scares are pretty... I've always said the jump scares are like the lowest form of horror. I don't mind the odd jump scare, it's just when a game sort of hinges on jump scares, that's when I don't like it. But yes, I do play horror games from time to time. If I find a horror game that I'm interested in, I absolutely do jump on top of that, because I love a good horror game. Good horror games feed me. What horror game do I like? Alien Isolation. Loved Alien Isolation. Except the last time I played Alien Isolation, I didn't like it then. That was not fun. Have you tried Little Nightmares? I haven't. I'm not very good at platformers. I have played all the Resident Evils. I think no, I haven't. I played all the remastered Resident Evils. I do enjoy them. Exactly, Lee Joe. Exactly. The platforming is more horror than the game. Which is kind of funny, because I was looking through my games library the other day, and I don't think anybody except Shade's gonna catch this. Maybe Oni. Oni might catch this. But, I was actually thinking about playing Commander Keen. I don't know, I saw it just sitting there in my library eyeballing me, and I'm just like, man, you were a good one. Commander Keen. It's from, fuck, 90? I don't know when the very first game came out. Because I think there's like 6 or 7 games in total. Well, I think there's 6 typical Commander Keen games. And then there's like one that's a Doom-esque game, I believe. Maybe. Oh no, that's Hugo. No, that's different. Never mind that. Played Outlast, it's scary. I've seen too many people play Outlast. That's why I myself haven't played Outlast. I've watched so many people play it. So I may as well have played it myself. If I hadn't seen so many people play it, I probably would have played Outlast, but yeah, that's the problem. There's not a whole lot of point in playing it when I've seen, you know, a dozen people play it. I've seen the game so much that it's just like, yes. Isn't Undertale a rage-inducing game? I think I actually saw memes on that. I think people were going crazy, like Minecraft movie crazy over that. Nobody needs to go Minecraft movie crazy. Unpopular opinion, that movie was pointless. Change my mind. Still played it. It was good to the underground part equals worse. The underground part has always looked really rough in that game. From what I've seen of other people play it anyway, it just looks rough. I've had people wanting me to play Outlast Trials with them again, though. Jane's been asking me about Outlast Trials for a long time now. I just keep forgetting to follow up on it. The old one Con mentioned? Worse than your keyboard or no? Blacklight? I'm not sure.
What the fuck?
Hey Mingo. What's going on, buddy? Is the cat treating you okay? Scotty. Ah, Prototype, yeah. I wouldn't call that a horror game. It's a good game, but it's not a horror game. I did have a look at it. It looks questionable. I don't know if I will pick it up and stream it. It looks aged. It didn't look like it aged very well. I did look at it. It's kind of funny to say that when you think about it, though. Like, some games have aged really well, and you're just like, well, hang on. Like, I sit here saying, ah, yes, I'll play Commander Keen, you know, whatever that is, 128-bit fucking graphics or something. Like, ah, yes, I'll play this. But then I look at games like Prototype, and I'm like, ooh, what happened to you? It's just so funny how, you know, some games age appropriately for whatever reason, and then you've just got other games like that that you just look at and you're just like, no, you are hideous. I find it so strange. Like, I've played worse games. I have absolutely played worse looking games, and I'm sitting there slagging off that game. It's a very weird duality from me. Spyro? They remade Spyro though, didn't they? Spyro is goated. I hate platformers. You guys saw me play Sonic. That game nearly killed me, man. Order 13. I could probably do a slower paced platformer. You are right. Sonic does kind of put you under the pump. What's Order 13? I feel like I've heard that name. Yeah. But I can't recall where from. You thought I played Order 13? No. Did I? No. Did I? No, I haven't played the warehouse game. No, 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 no. I've watched Val play it. I've watched everybody play it. I watched Reggie play it. I watched Val play it. Yeah, I've watched a lot of people play. I've watched Reggie and Reggie play it. Reginaru and Reginald. Yeah, it was the cabin game. Where you gotta sort of pick whether or not the cabin's haunted. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I have played that. I liked that. That was good. It was a community game. Because all the community could vote on whether they thought it was haunted or not. Speaking of community games, Kono and I are planning a new community game soonish. It's just come out. It's called, it's a sock game. What the fuck is it called? Hang on. Guilty as Sock. Kono and I are planning a collab for that, so, and we are going to Twitch integrate it. So, apparently you guys, I haven't played it at all yet, I haven't tested it or anything, so you guys are going to apparently be the jury, I think is how it works. We're gonna get a group together whenever we can, sort it out, and yeah. You guys will be jurying for us. For a bunch of hectic streamers. But that's still in the early planning process. I don't know when that'll be, so you'll have to bear with us. Because we kind of have to work around everybody's work schedule, because everybody's got a different work schedule, so we got to find a time that works for everyone. But yeah, I am looking forward to that. Have a nice voice? Thank you. I don't think I do. I think I have... I don't even know how I would describe my voice, but I've never thought of it as relaxing or nice. Apparently it's not true, because people come in here and sleep while they listen to me yapper. Yap, but hey. My voice is chill and nice? Apparently so. I never really thought of it. Gotta hit him with the Tuesday, isn't it? If I hit him with the Tuesday, it's Tuesday, isn't it? They'll never come back, Mingo. Tips. All right, what have we missed? Vending machine. Vending machine? But no, I'm glad that people actually come in and think that I'm... Especially when I'm doing a stream like this, I actually like knowing that people think it's chill. Because that's really what this is about. Chill and or yap. Whichever you're after, sweet ass. Thought I looked at that. I thought there were 2 legs that I missed. Topping shelf. Sweet. It's all fun and games though until I do actually have like a manic collab. I sit here being nice and chill and everything else until I have a manic collab and then it all falls apart. I didn't even look at what I clicked on there. Oh, yeah. Cackling Con who breaks his laughing. I feel sorry for Oni. Con and I were on Oni's stream last night, I think it was, or the night before. I don't even remember, and fucking the 2 of us were just gremlins. It's horrible. Sorry, Oni. What's the other one? Entrance door frame. This is talking about the last Monster Hunter stream. That is the entrance door frame, isn't it? Ice cream machine. Did it say which one? Chocolate. Heck yeah. That was fun as heck. Fucking, that was gremlin energy is what that was. That was crazy. I'd probably have been worse if it wasn't like midnight for me. I can't be too noisy at nighttime. Because both of my neighbors have kids, so yeah, it's not, I can't really be mega loud. Like if I ever do a collab stream in the middle of the day like that, I will be fucking hollering. I think I've done all the rest. Oh no, I haven't done the modern mansion. There's the aquarium. But yeah, 4 hours. That is a day. Let's call it a quits for there. Okay, so let's have a chat anyway about what's going on. Ow. That is not the room I wanted to be in. There we go. Thank you for the hydrate. Do I have tea left? I do have tea. Fantastic. Ow, that's cold tea. Gross. Okay, so what's going on? So tomorrow I've got some stuff I need to do, and then we're going to attempt to play June. I believe June comes out tomorrow. Don't bonk me, Mingo, what the hell? Yeah, we're gonna attempt to play June tomorrow, June Awakening. I have early access for that game, so we're gonna attempt to do that. I believe it comes out tomorrow. I don't have a time. I don't have a set time because I don't know how long I'm gonna be tied up doing stuff for. 3 hours, FYI. Really? 3 hours? 11 p.m. Interesting. Anyway, not important. I don't know how long I'm going to be tied up for stuff for tomorrow. So that is up to debate. I would say it'll probably be around midday my time, but I could be wrong. It's probably going to end up being close to my normal start time. Yeah, so I can't give solid times because I don't honestly know what time I'll be done tomorrow. And tomorrow, as you guys know, is not my regular stream day. So it's not something I usually look into. And I obviously have my day planned around other stuff, usually. But at the same time, I kind of wanted to jump on the June bandwagon because I'm going to be playing it, so I figured I may as well stream it if I can. Now, that's the other big thing. I'm only going to be streaming it if I can. So it's going to be more of a test stream to see if it will work, because as you guys know, it's built on Unreal, and Unreal doesn't usually play nice. So if it works, if everything works okay, I'll stream it. No dramas. If it doesn't work, then I will unfortunately have to wrap the stream up, and I won't be able to stream it, unfortunately. That's the best I can offer, I'm unfortunately afraid. So yeah, I will be going live tomorrow at some point. I'm not sure when. Probably around midday for me, but I don't think it will be. I think it'll be about 1, maybe 2 o'clock. Which is 2 hours, 2 hours before my usual start time. So yeah. That's the best I got for you guys, I'm afraid. I can't really give you much more information other than that. Yeah, if I can stream it, I will. So you guys can at least get like a day one view of what June is like if you are interested, because like I said, this is early access, so it gives you some time. If I can stream it, it'll give you guys some time to actually look and see whether or not you might be interested in it or not. So yeah. Okay. Let's see. Who we got? Who can we raid? Who's live? Who's live? John's live. Let's go to John. Let's get everybody out to John. H-A-Y-N. John. There we go. What is John doing? John's doing out of sight. I don't know what this is. I have no idea what this is. It is a game. But yes. There is the raid message for you guys. As I said, I will be trying June tomorrow. I'm not going to commit and say I'm absolutely streaming it because I don't know if it's going to work. So I hope that it works. I've had mixed success with Unreal Engine games, so fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Anyway, everyone, look after yourselves. Make sure you drink, eat, stretch, do whatever you got to do. Be kind to Jan when you leave. There's your raid message, and yeah, I hope everything works and I get to see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Bye.